खोल दे बस। डॉक्टर साहब गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग डॉक्टर साहब, गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज तो सिटी सारा बंद है, मेरे को तो मकसूदा से वापस भेज दिया।
हाँ, मैं भी तैयार हो गया था, चला भी गया था। फिर वही
अच्छा।
रास्ते में देखा मैं भीड़ का माहौल, एक दो ने रोक के मेरे को बोला घर ही जाओ, प्रॉब्लम होगी आपको रास्ते में।
हाँ, मेरे को तो मकसूदा से भेज दिया, कहते जी नहीं तो आप ना इधर के रहोगे ना उधर के रहोगे।
हाँ, वही नहीं है, आपको कंप्लीट है, बिल्कुल कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा।
कुछ नहीं चल रहा डॉक्टर साहब, आज तो दुकानें भी बंद है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
पता नहीं अब कितने बजे तक चलाएंगे ये।
नहीं, ये लगता है वही 4-5 बजे तो बच जाएंगे। पेपर में पढ़ रहा था, उसने 6 बजे तक लिखा हुआ शाम को पेपर।
वही तो चक्कर है ना डॉक्टर साहब। चलो देखते हैं जी क्या होता है।
हाँ विवेक जी। हाँ, ओके। Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome, Professor Chatterjee.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Fine, fine. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you too. How are things going at your end? Can you guys hear me?
It's fine from your end. We are able to hear you very clearly.
Thanks.
Dr. Afzal, may start with the proceedings.
Dr. Afzal, please start. Vivek? Afzal, can you hear me?
हाँ, वो डॉक्टर आ रहे हैं. Just talk to them.
Yes, sir.
You can start. You can start with the proceeding.
Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome our chief guest of the day, Honorable Director Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, guest of honor Dr. Abhi Chatterjee, E&Y, New Zealand, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Registrar NIT Jalandhar, and other dignitaries available online, faculty members, students, and dear participants. I am so excited to have the participants from different organizations to participate in this 1 week short-term course on stability analysis, protection and control of microgrid. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Abhi Chatterjee and other experts from academia and industries who have accepted our invitation for this online short-term course and spare some time from their busy schedule. The microgrid is a decentralized group of electricity sources and loads that normally operates connected to and synchronous with the traditional wide area synchronous grid. Microgrid are the main basis of a smart grid, whereas a smart grid is an electrical grid which includes a variety of operation and energy measures, including smart meters, smart appliances, renewable energy resources, and energy efficient resources. Electronic power conditioning and control of the production and distribution of electricity are important aspects of the smart grid. Microgrid may be DC or AC or hybrid and can be operated in grid connected or islanded mode. So therefore, this course makes familiar with the issues and challenges of stability, protection and control of microgrid. The main objective of this course is to enhance the knowledge of the participants in the modern trends in microgrid and their control. The aim of proposed course is to introduce fundamentals and recent scenario of operation of microgrid and their control, along with the dynamic stability and protection. So therefore, I hope in this 1 week short-term course, all the participants are going to be benefited by the series of expert lecture, including hands-on experience on microgrid and protection. So again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants, eminent speakers, and especially our worthy director, Professor L.K. Awasthi, who is really a source of inspiration for young minds and provide the platform for this course. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rajesh Singla, Head of the Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering, to address the participants. Sir, please.
Thank you, Afzal. Respected Director, sir, Dr. Abhi Chatterjee, our dignity expert, other faculty members and participants and organizers. I, Dr. Rajesh Singla, Head Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering, welcome you all for this 5-day short-term course on stability analysis of microgrid. I express my sincere thanks to the organizers for organizing such a beautiful course and inviting the different experts from the academia as well as industry. Now, this course is being run jointly by the Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering and Department of Electrical Engineering. Regarding this Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering, this branch of engineering was started when this NIT was REC Jalandhar in 1993. First batch came out with a strength of 30 people. Right from that particular time in 2002, when these RECs were renamed as NITs, and by 2000 Act of Parliament, they were declared Institute of National Importance. From that particular position of only BTech, we have come now that we are offering BTech with more than 100 students. Then we are offering MTech in Control and Instrumentation, somewhere around 30 to 35 students, and we are offering the PhD programs in Instrumentation and Control area. We have got various faculty members of various diversified areas of, you can say, various applications of instrumentation. Like we have got virtual instrumentation, biomedical instrumentation, sensors, network, robotics, then grids, power systems. Each and every area, almost our faculty members cover almost every aspect of the instrumentation. So we are really, you can say, lucky to have got the faculty of all the areas where instrumentation is normally used. Regarding this course, I think the organizers have really done a wonderful job by selecting a galaxy of speakers regarding various aspects of the microgrid and the application or regarding the stability concepts. I again express a sincere thanks to our chief guest of the today, Dr. L.K. Awasthi, for providing us the guidance to organize such kind of courses. And again, I give a sincere thanks to the organizers. Thank you. Over to Afzal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Dilbag Singh, HOD Electrical Engineering, to please address the participants. Sir. Sir, your mic. Please unmute your mic.
Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Awasthi, or Director of our Institute, the Professor Chatterjee, the Guest of Honor, Professor Singla, Dr. Afzal, Dr. Vivek Sharma, and other faculty members as various participants. I welcome you and wish you a good morning to all of you. Today, on the behalf of Department of Electrical Engineering, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Jalandhar, I welcome you all in this 5-day short-term course titled as Stability Analysis, Protection and Control of Microgrid. As far as Department of Electrical Engineering is concerned, the BTech program commenced from 2013. As all we know, electrical engineering is a well-diversified discipline. Many areas of specialization, namely control system, power system, high voltage engineering, electric drives, power electronics have grown by leaps and bounds and have emerged as full-fledged disciplines in themselves. The department is consolidating its efforts to promote industrial research and consultancy in appropriate areas of electrical engineering. Right now, the Department of Electrical Engineering has an intake of 60 degrees in the BTech and also offering PhD programs in the area of power system, high voltage engineering and control system engineering. As far as research is concerned, it's important to proceed in a planned manner so that one makes the best use of his efforts, times and resources. In this course, the topics covered by our eminent speakers, Dr. Avi Banerjee, Dr. Piyush Verma, Dr. Premlata Jaina, Dr. A.H. Bhatt, Dr. Ashish Kumar Singh, and Dr. Ujjwal Kala, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. D.K. Palwalia, Dr. Y.P. Sharma will cover a wide spectrum of topics in this very rather important area of the day. So further, I would be failing in my duty if I don't record that the institute is very fortunate to have Professor L.K. Awasthi as its director, who is steering the institute in a very positive and inspiring manner with his rich experience in education and administration. I thank you all once again for your gracious presence on this memorable occasion. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Abhi Chatterjee. Dr. Abhi Chatterjee is a senior consultant at the Ernst & Young Power and Utility team within the Strategy and Transaction Services lines in New Zealand. He is engaged in delivering power and energy advisory services for government entities and electricity network services providers in New Zealand and Australia. Born and bred in Jamshedpur, India, Abhi graduated with a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, followed by a master's in renewable energy technology from India. Abhi moved to the New Zealand in early 2016 on receiving the Victoria Doctoral Scholarship to pursue his research at the Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. During his research tenure at Victoria University, he engaged as an active task force member of the IEEE working groups on sustainable energy systems for developing communities, and he is continuing his role with the team based in the United States. Abhi's PhD established a framework to improve the design of sustainable remote microgrids in the remote communities of developing nations, critical in identifying and characterizing the dimensions of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for affordable and clean energy access. With an avid interest in the baking and cooking, his voluntary services include engagements as mentoring for unprivileged students in his home city Jamshedpur, and volunteering activities with the Australia NSW region government as a curator for project aiming at decarbonization strategies and a carbon-free economic. And he is actively involved in many research funding projects in New Zealand. So with these words, I would like to invite Dr. Abhi Chatterjee to share his experience with us. Dr. Abhi.
Thank you, Dr. Afzal. Warm good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Director, sir, head of the departments, coordinators, and the ones who have, I see around 105 people in the meeting now. So that's quite an audience. So thank you so much for coming along. And yes, it's a great honor to be a part of the TechWeb event and the course, a week's course organized by NIT Jalandhar. Amidst this unprecedented times here in India, I believe everyone's doing good, safe and sound. Now, I would convey my heartiest regards to Dr. Afzal for coordinating this event and reaching out, like networking. That's the most important thing which we realized over the past month or two. And just to say, yes, I like the TechWeb event is mostly based on the microgrid stability and dynamic stability protection. Yes, I did my engineering in electrical, but somehow I've moved into a very narrow scope of renewable energy sectors. But I will focus on the energy transitions, and hopefully I would like to focus on how to strategize for the next wave. That's what my topic of my talk is about today, and hopefully we'll bring about some discussions amidst all the members who have joined here for this event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Abhi. Many thanks for sharing your wonderful experience with us. Now I request Honorable Director Sir to please say a few words. Director Sir.
Good afternoon and greetings from NIT Jalandhar. Dr. Avi Chatterjee, Professor Dilbag Singh, Dr. Singla, and both the coordinators, Dr. Afzal Sikandar, Dr. Vivek. It's my pleasure to be here on inauguration of this short-term course on microgrid, control of microgrid, and I'll just take a couple of minutes in introducing the institute. This institute came in 1987 as Regional Engineering College Jalandhar. Later on in 2002, became a deemed university, NIT, and in 2007 it was rechristened as Institute of National Importance. Ever since its beginning with 100 intake, the institute is making strides and performing its action of technical training and imparting the BTech programs in 11 disciplines with the intake of 1135, MTech program in 16 disciplines with the intake of roughly 500 students. Then we have Sciences MSc program and MBA program. We also have PhD in almost all the disciplines. The institute has been ranked 52nd among more than 12,600 institutions by NRF ranking. Recently, the Atal Innovation Ranking has given the institute rating of A grade, where we have put between 11 and 25th. The research scholars, the faculty of the institute, they have been doing good progress with the exponential increase in publication over the 7 to 8 months. 450 publications by the institute faculty and students is a record, and I congratulate for all good efforts of the faculty. During pandemic time or since January, we have filed more than 30 patents and 4 technologies have been transferred by the institute. This course on microgrid will be another course among maybe 30, 35 such courses which have been done by the faculty, online webinars and short-term courses during pandemic time. And I congratulate the faculty for making best use of this pandemic and able to reach more than 20-30,000 odd people throughout the world for training. This has been a remarkable work of the faculty, all good job done. And I hope that by such courses, the faculty, student and staff, they will be benefited. And I wish everyone happy learning environment. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words and your blessings. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Sharma, one of the coordinator of this course, for the concluding remark. Dr. Vivek.
Honorable Director, NIT Jalandhar, Professor L.K. Awasthi, Guest of Honor, Professor Avi Chatterjee, Head Electrical Engineering Department, Dr. Dilbag Singh, Head ICE Department, Dr. Rajesh Singla, faculty members, and dear participants. On behalf of organizing team, I express my gratitude to the Director, Dr. L.K. Awasthi, for all the inspiration and motivation to organize this short-term course, Stability Analysis, Protection and Control of Microgrid. I express my gratitude to Dr. Avi Chatterjee and all the expert speakers for accepting our invitation despite their busy schedule. This course is being organized jointly by the Department of Electrical Engineering and ICE. I take this opportunity to thank Head of the Department ICE and Electrical Engineering and the department as a whole for their unconditional support. I also would like to thank Coordinator TQ for the financial support we got. Last but not the least, the participants, the research scholars, working broadly in the area of electrical engineering, who motivated us to organize this course. I wish them all a great learning experience. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. Now I would like to request Abhi Chatterjee to kindly share your experience and kindly start your lecture. Abhi.
Just give me a second. Kindly let me know if it's coming through.
Yes.
Is my screen coming through? Can I just get a confirmation?
Yes, Dr. Abhi, please.
Okay, so this might be a bit different to what the theme of the seminar is, or the entire course is. However, it's not out of context, but what I believe it's one of the essential factors now to rethink if and strategize about the next wave of microgrids. So my topic would be a bit focusing on the energy aspects, scenarios, rather than more of the technical perspectives such as protection, stability, and factors as such. The reason being, we need to look forward. The world is transiting. The energy wave is what we are aiming for. Decarbonization strategies, yes. Recently, even like each and every country is strategizing towards the decarbonization, the pathway towards decarbonization. But are we ready? So this is what brings me to naming this as the title of my talk is Catching the Next Wave of Microgrids. Are we ready? So just to introduce myself, it's been done by Dr. Afzal. So I'm a senior consultant at Bioutilities team under the Strategy and Transaction Division, Ernst & Young, New Zealand. Yes, proud to be a Jamshedpur born and bred. And my alma maters consist of Bella Institute of Technology, Mestra, PID Mestra, and IIEST Shibpur. So pursued my basic graduation and master's, followed by getting a scholarship, fortunately, at the Victoria University of Wellington. I pursued my PhD under the title of Frameworks for Rural Developments. So post my PhD, after a bit of hurdles, of course, came across got into this role of senior consultant and enjoying my work as part of EY's strategy towards the next wave. So I'll start with the agenda of today's talk. So what I'll do is I'll start with a brief intro about the definition and the scope of microgrids, which I'm sure pretty much that most of the audience are aware of it, but there's a reason why I'll be discussing. So I'll start with the definition and the scope, followed by the best practices of microgrids. Then I would like to focus upon the rural electrification scenario. To be precise, let's just focus on India. So my focus will be on the Indian perspective. From that, what narratives and lessons we learn, what what looks like the next wave strategy, how to do it, what are the role for the institutions and the scope of the researchers in ways of masters, PhDs, or even the undergrads. So this is what the agenda looks like. And my takeaways will be transform to adapt, techno-economic assessments plus socio-economic perspectives for microgrids, business models or strategies for microgrids, think fast before it's late, and decarbonization strategy pathways. So with this, I come to the first slide. And this is about the definition of microgrids. I'm sure that everyone is aware of the very colloquial and the very generic definition of microgrid by the Department of Energy, US, NREL. So it says group of interconnected loads, distributed energy sources. Microgrids can be connected, disconnected from grid. It's a sole entity. Fine, that's all good. So this definition has been used over decades with immense amount of criticism. I would rather say thinking going into it, whether it needs a change. If yes, why? If no, why? If yes, then what needs to be changed? So this is something that we need to focus on as well, which I'll come later. But this is what the definition of the microgrid looks like. So it's nothing getting into the political scenario or the things, but hashtag Atmanirbhar. So is microgrid Atmanirbhar? It's nothing about the talk that's going around in India now. The reason being its self-reliance, its potential to be independent, but is it so? That's the question. So first to get on with, what is or what was the purpose of microgrids? It's been over the ages being discussed, the uses of microgrids in ways of providing electricity access to the unreached, places which cannot be connected via grid, or microgrids can provide electricity access to those places. It can be even used like ways of increasing transmission costs. So microgrids can ensure that it's a cost perspective basis as well. So yes, basically it is focused on electricity and energy access. Now, with the SDGs coming into factor and into the scene, the reason I am focusing on SDG 7, because SDG 7, as you might all know, is one of the Sustainable Development Goal introduced by the UNDP as part of the 2030 strategy for achieving no poverty. So why energy? Because energy is the intrinsic factor. It's one of the golden thread. Microgrids are the, I would say, the backbone of the SDG 7. Why? The question arises. Often we overlook the scenario because SDG 7, if we look around, can be associated to most of the SDGs in ways of achieving the targets of the Sustainable Development Goal put forward by the UNDP, that is United Nations Development Program. How? Now suppose if we have SDG 7, electricity, being provided to school, that leads to the quality education. A quality education leads to gender equality, sense of cleanliness, responsible consumption in ways of switching the lights on and off, being responsible citizens. It often leads to bringing about climate change actions like getting more insights about the environment. It brings about employment opportunities. Education brings about employment opportunities as well. So just to say, if we see at the broader picture, SDG 7 is one factor which affects most of the SDGs and in ways of achieving the target set by UNDP. So we generally focus, or I'll be generally focusing on the SDG 7. Well, there are many targets, there are many indicators, so I won't be going into the depth of those. But yes, so the scope of the microgrid, if we say, it's basically provision of electricity. However, when we say it's affordable and clean energy and affordable energy doesn't just mean electricity. It has three aspects or classifications, one being electricity, the other being heating and cooking. Now, I'll just do a quick comparison regarding the other aspects of SDG 7 and how it stands in ways of, and how it stands in the situation or the scenario in India. Heating and cooking in India is very different. The ways in which these resources are used for heating and cooking is very different to most of the developed countries. For instance, cooking in India and many parts of the rural communities, or even in many places, the cooking is not electrified. Transportation is not electrified to quite an extent. Yes, we are talking about it, EVs, the big boom, but it's not reached to its full potential in India. It's quite at a distance scenario now. Again, if we look at the industrial heat, so that's one aspect which India has not yet considered. So basically, the focus of SDG 7 for an Indian perspective would be mostly electricity access. So getting on this, what are the best microgrid practices that we get to see in research or in and around the world? Now, what I did was, I did a quick survey of around a literature review, I would say, of around, say, 130 papers, research papers. So I scoped down my interest of those research which deals with or which says about rural electrification frameworks, electricity access in remote communities. So these were basically I would say, the scope of my literature reviews. So what I witnessed, what I analyzed was 51% of those research papers, till the reason being my research scope was till 2020 January, not beyond it, but even till 2020 January, 51% of those research, it dealt with techno-economic assessments which involved case studies, so which I'll go in detail about what it is. There's another, it's like the next most interest area of research was the technology layouts, followed by the models of microgrids, and then a very narrow publications which detailed about the reviews, what is happening around in the scenario or the scope of microgrids, providing insights about microgrids globally and in a narrow perspective. So this is, if we see around here, techno-economic assessments, it dominates the microgrid scope or the practices in ways of research and implementations. Why is it so? Because in order to ensure that a microgrid is installed, it's the most important thing. Assessments, technical assessments, economic assessments, gets regulatory bodies sign it off. You have a microgrid. Sounds very easy, right? But if we see around this, just this scenario, these numbers, what I realized was the research activities have focused only on individual technologies, like in ways of single technology aspects, like PVs. I'm not talking even about utilities. I'm not differentiating about the utility scale or domestic or rooftop, nothing as such. On very individual technologies, it has been focused. The most important aspect that's missing or that was neglected is a unified electricity approach. Now, this is quite interesting because unified electricity approach, that's one of the reasons which I'll come across has led to, I would say, a hurdle for developing countries to achieve SDG 7. Then the next aspect was there were plenty of microgrids that are stalled, failures, and lack of detailed standard framework because no one knows what to do with every scenario is different, every case study is different, geographic aspects, but there's no definite standard framework, or I would rather say a definite standard in ways of IEEE or IC standards to provide direction to any developers or energy jargons in order to ensure that microgrid as a concept is successful. So this was my intake from the analysis for the best practices of microgrids in and around the world. That brings me to the SDG 7 scenario, because when I realized that, okay, these are the issues, so what is the scenario of the SDG 7? How is it going? So what I did was I referred to a very recent report from the UNDP. It's the recent report being 2020, published a couple of months earlier. And this report provides insights regarding the levels of achievement or the extent to which each and every SDG from 1 to 17 has progressed, what are the issues, which areas have issues, numbers, insights. So this was a very quick, I would say, I just did a very quick nosy to the SDG reports. And what I figured, if you see around here, India, that's where my eyes just sits in, it's red. So that indicates major challenges remain. Major challenges remain. Well, my analysis from this, or what my takeaway from this was not just electricity perspective that's been considered, but the other aspects of energy that India hasn't achieved. Because India, it says, has achieved 100% rural electrification. So what were the other, and important thing now, there's another aspect that comes around in this thing, like countries like Australia. It's considered to be one of the most developed countries, but major challenges remain. So that brought me to the further next question. Why is it like India, Australia, like in contrast, like developing versus developed nations have same sort of major challenges in ways of SDG 7? Well, the perspectives are very different, the scenarios are different, but the cause or the reason is one. It's one of a lack of proper approach towards achieving SDG 7. If we see around here, another comparison we could do is the green here in New Zealand compared to the one in India. Technology-wise, from my experience, India is far, far ahead from New Zealand in ways of technology, medical advancements. But how is it that... Sorry? But how is it that still New Zealand, being like the population of 5 million, has achieved SDG 7, but India, being more technologically advanced, best of scientists, best of technology experts, hasn't? It hasn't achieved. One factor maybe is because of the rural scenarios, the reach. No, the factor is New Zealand as a country has targeted not just electricity access, but has also reached SDG 7 on the other aspects of energy in ways of transportation, cooking, heating. So these are the factors that have led to SDG being achieved in New Zealand compared to SDG 7 not being achieved in India as of now. Now, not to deviate from the main zona, the main topic, the fact is, if we see here electrification in India, that's a big concern. Microgrids in India, the main aim of it was to reach to the off-grid, the remote areas, the off-grid regions where there couldn't be any grid access, the remotest corners of our country where they should have access to electricity. That was the major aim, or I would say the important focus of having microgrids in India. Now, when the government, it's nothing again to say about being politicizing any scenario, but we, being technologists, need to question what's going around. Like, has actually India achieved 100% electrification? No, the scenario is very evident here. Like, time and again, we come across like various reports, like last electrified village. It's one of the most remotest corners in the northeast of our country. It's still fighting darkness, but 100% electrification achieved, but 31 million Indian homes are still in dark. So what is this about? Again, we see there's a confusion over the rural electrification in India. Reason being, what I realized is the definition of itself of the rural electrification in India. That's a very tricky definition, if I would say, very sarcastic as well. Why? Because if we say here, it considers, the definition says a village is considered to be electrified if at least 10% of its household are electrified. And is this a proper way of this is the question that we need to ask. Is this the proper way or a proper definition to say that if 10% of the households are electrified, then the entire village is electrified? Sounds really funny. Well, in the recent Niti Aayog reports, time and again, when these questions were asked about redefining our Indian electricity scenario for rural communities, as per the official document, it says it's not required because electricity has been achieved, and the focus has just been on the household electrification. But this is not what we want, because time again, like unified electricity access, that's lacking here. 10% of households, what about the rest? So is it just in the hands of the ones, the electricity access is just for those who can afford it? Affordability issues, social aspects, these are pretty much things that needs to be considered for an Indian electricity perspective. So with this, now the recent news says solar microgrids are an answer to India's power woes. True. Again, it says there's another report, if we can see, it's 29th August. It says large-scale solar projects could create more problems in India than they can solve. So why these contradictory statements? We need to focus. We need to understand the reason for these contradictory statements. The reason is just it's a very evident thing. Like technologically, we are just thinking, how about the other aspects of renewable energy access or electricity access that we need to think? Has that been considered? Have those been considered? The answer is no, because a very quick example is if we are trying to be the solar power of the world. Time and again, there have been news, there have been reports which says the targets for 2022 is X gigawatt of solar energy access or solar power. India will be heading the solar power in the world, etc., etc. But the question that needs to be asked is our transmission access or electricity access capable of adapting to such humongous amount of generation developments? Not sure, because a recent issue that's being this is an example. In the Australian New South Wales region, they had immense potential for solar resources. The assessments clearly shows that that's the best region for having solar farms. Huge investments from $14 billion to say around $26 billion were invested by the big investors, the named investors like Neoen or maybe the John Land project. So they have invested quite a lot in these regions. However, a problem has been there is an issue that's now that is what the Australian grid operators are facing, is a probability for a major output cuts in the latest network shock. So what does it happen? It's because there's more generation than the demand. Second being the most like concentration of the solar farms in a particular region being more than what it is required. This shows lack of assessments. Again, environmental aspects have also created a hindrance for further developments of solar farm in these regions. Immense solar farms, heat generation, environmental issues, aerial birds being affected. These are the pretty good examples. But it's nothing to do with I would say the outage, but there are plenty of issues that now the Australian government is thinking. Similarly, India, if we are targeting being the solar power of the world or being the leader in the solar power in the world, are we capable? It's not about being capable. Are we? Have we strategized our ways towards achieving it? Are we ready? Because there are plenty of other aspects that quite often are being ignored in India. For example, like the environmental aspects, the social aspects. What happens if we have this? What happens if we don't have this? So there is it's quite an indication of a proper lack of strategy. That, like in a recent discussion with, again, one of the investors in India, that was one of the questions that was asked by him, like, is it financially feasible to have a solar farm here? The answer was straight no, because there were plenty of constraints that we could see coming up in those regions, congestion issues, environmental issues. So these are pretty much the things that we need to figure out. We need to think about when we say that we are going to be the head of, or we are going to be the leader in the solar power sector in the world, which is achievable but needs a strategy. So coming back, microgrids. So the most important resource, or the single resource which we use for the microgrids in India is around the solar. So that's the most we can harness. And microgrids as a whole, we need to consider, is it not just technically or economically feasible, but the other aspects which we should consider as of now, which haven't been considered even now. Which brings me to the next question. Then are we ready for the next wave? So what is the next wave if we are talking about? With countries in like the European context, even our neighboring country, China, has declared a decarbonization or a net emission economy by 2060, day before yesterday. We are still thinking about how to achieve or attain 100% electrification. What about our decarbonization strategy? Do we have one? No. How are we looking at this? 2035, 2040? Well, the answer is quite simple. Here I come. Like this was basically, if you see around on the left of the screen, this is future energy system, which one of our analysis team has developed. They have considered 3 tipping points in the global energy scenario sector, where the first tipping point says a grid parity of non-utility solar plus storage systems. We are just thinking about solar. How about the storage systems? Do we have sufficient storage facilities? Are our grid capable of more grid integrations or solar integrations into the grid? What will be the constraints? No, but this is the first tipping point that we need to consider with the grid parity of non-utility solar plus storage system. Next being the EV and the internal combustion engines, cost plus performance. So that's the next stepping point which the global energy is looking at. So, and the third being the non-utility solar plus battery. Now, there's this third tipping point which we see here in around 2040. This is not something to be considered or worried about. The reason being, as per another NREV report, the annual trend-based report, it says from 2020 onwards, the utility scale solar uptake will be declining. Now, that's a question. Why? Because that doesn't consider that shouldn't be a case for India as well. However, but the reason being the other aspects of resources that are being developed, the technology advancements in the renewable energy sector, that might lead to the declination of utility scale solar. However, the other few of the energy experts says India is going to attain a net zero emission by around, say, 2040. Or the first step, that is the grid, the transmission distribution parity with non. So basically, if we see here by the tipping point 3 will be reached by 2040. EVs and ICs taking the next wave will be by 2023. That's in the next 3 years. But there's a question: is it possible? Not really. So, what do we need to do to bring back our focus from decarbonization strategy to the microgrid and attaining electrification, rather than focusing on the decarbonization strategies and tipping points and things like that? Because at this stage, we haven't yet achieved the 100% electrification for majority of our population in India. So our focus should be that. In regards to this focus, the question that needs to be asked: where are we lacking? And how do we strategize the future for rural electrification in India? So is the definition of microgrid appropriate? That is one of the questions that needs the major focus in India at this stage. Well, lots of questions, not like it's a lot of questions being shot at one end from towards the government, towards the technology experts. But we need to strategize. We need to figure out what can be done, how we can do, or what are the ways we can do it. So the best way is to strategize our process, or to ensure that we have a sort of framework to achieve the electrification process, or to achieve the 100% electrification process in India. Now, in ways to do it, it just cannot be as simple as flicking a switch on off. It's more towards strategizing a pathway towards achieving the 100% electrification. It's not about just 100% electrification. Again, microgrids need to provide, like being the energy ladder, it has more important aspects that needs to be considered in ways of a rural electrification or a rural scenario. Microgrids in a rural scenario will be playing more than just the electricity access. So what are the things in ways of the entire community developments, providing employment opportunities? As mentioned before, like microgrid can have its implications on the other SDGs. So in order to do this, we need to have a set of proper framework. So what is actually a framework? If we see here around, like if we wish to develop a framework or if we wish to have sort of a strategy for this purpose, so what do we need to do? The first process is the framework developments. In order to have a framework development, or in order to proceed for a framework, what are the steps? The 4 basic steps being: first is generation of ideas and analyzing the issues. What are the failure rates? What have been done? What are the literature available, the data available, discussions with the jargons. Then comes evaluation of the factors that have been determined, or what are the ways which we or a person can suggest to overcome the issues that were generated, or how are the ways where or in which the ideas can transform into something like ideas leading to some sort of implications or taking a practical shape. But a framework doesn't stop here, because in order to ensure that a framework is successful, it needs to have a proper implication on a practical perspective. Otherwise, it's just a paper strategy in the bin. So what we need to do is, the next step after any evaluation or development of a strategy is verification of the framework. So when we say about verification of framework, it can be done in many ways. Some can refer to a Delphi strategy, where experts talk about, or experts have a discussion about what are the probable solutions, or if the solutions that were being figured in this scenario, in the evaluation scenario, can be justified. And once a verification has been done by any committee, then it goes to a validation process in order to ensure that a framework can be implemented for the benefit of the for the society. So this is, I would say, a framework development process. However, plenty goes into this process as well, like from data mapping to data categorization. So what is data mapping? The way of data mapping is creating a spectrum of multidisciplinary literature regarding any scope of study. So we need to create this spectrum, what the study needs to be about. So we need to map the data accordingly, and then we need to categorize. We need to scope our data accordingly. There can be plenty. Like, for example, it can be referred to something as doing a literature review. We need to scope down our strategy. We need to scope down our data accordingly. And then is the concept identification. So the concept needs to be identified. I'm still talking about the concepts and ways of ideas. So the first step. So concept identification is from a process of literature to a qualitative inquiry is what I would say as a process of concept identification. And during this process of concept identification, it's the modules which lead to a framework can be figured. Like, what can be the modules of a framework, be it like microgrid, for example, a module 1 can be redefining a microgrid. Module 2 can be like how it affects any standards, whether a standard needs to be modified. So these modules can be further classified in this concept identification process. And then we again need to classify or categorize these concepts. For example, defining a microgrid or redefining a microgrid can be considered as something which is related to referring or providing any revisions or suggesting any amendments to a standard, established standard. So that is one sector or one spec of a concept. The other spec can be ensuring, like for say, a concept being like in ways of simulations, like if we have developed a process in order to ensure that this may work. So we data. So basically collection of data can be another set of concept. So accordingly, we need to identify the modules, categorize these modules so that it leads to a proper framework, which then goes to a verification process. So these are basically the ways in which a framework process development can take place. The reason being, this is very important and the need of the hour, because microgrids have existed over decades, but it hasn't yet reached its full potential, mostly in the developing countries. So, which clearly gives an indication that it's not about just the technology, but something more along with the technology that needs to be done in order to ensure that it's a successful concept. So in order to do this, again, framework is one of the most essential aspect to consider. Now, considering the framework development process, I'll just give an example of what a research group did, or basically what I realized from, I'll share my experience here. When I figured that there was a rural electrification issue in India or any developing country, the first thing that I referred to was the literature, where on basis of what the microgrids were established, or what was the concept, or what is the ideology behind ensuring a microgrid for off-grid electrification. So to note here, I'm focusing on the off-grid section. So it's nothing to get confused with the on-grid or grid-connected scenarios. So in terms of an off-grid scenario, the most important factor, or I would say rather the ideology that aligns with the microgrid establishments, is the multi-tier frameworks. So multi-tier frameworks, now there's a lot of framework words that I've been using, but the multi-tier framework was actually introduced by one of the United Nations committees again. And basically, it was a framework that was first introduced keeping in mind that electricity needs to be, that most of the people around, it was then around more than 100 billion or around billions of people who didn't have an energy access, rather electricity access, needs to be provided with electricity. So a multi-tier framework was then established to ensure that people have at least electricity access which fulfills their basic needs for life. For example, a bulb, a fan, that's it. But with time evolving and changing, it's been realized that the multi-tier frameworks haven't considered or provided any insights to the next wave, or I would say what's next after people have acquired their basic necessities of electricity. For example, it's the human psychology. Like when we get something, we desire or strive to get something more. So when people were provided with the basic energy services, like in ways of some kilowatts, X kilowatts of like just say a bulb or a heating load or a cooling load, and I would rather term in that way. So when this was provided, the next desire for people was refrigeration or entertainment. So because if we are looking at the socio aspects, a heating or cooling load is not sufficient for ensuring that the entire, I would say that when we assess the poverty level, heating or cooling load is not a solution to achieving the entire SDG. So the entire social life of the people needs to be uplifted. The social status of the people needs to be uplifted. So it was then, so basically the MTFs fail in that perspective. So what is the most basic thing that is required? That is next level in sustainable energy provision. So there's quite a need now for providing revisions or amendments to the multi-tier frameworks for energy provisions in any rural or semi-rural communities. So this is something that was realized. So that was my first step, for example, for ensuring, for getting or provided a rationale for developing a framework. So the next was in this process, the multi-tier framework was analyzed. Now, now the next process of any framework is to question yourself in order for a proper analysis. One needs to question like why, how, or if yes, like basically a set of questionnaires needs to be developed. So in technological terms, these questionnaires can be considered as attributes. So basic attributes were set up in order to attributes leading to questionnaire developments. That was the main idea of this section, the attributes for questionnaire developments. So, and then based on those certain attributes, a detailed analysis of cases was conducted for projects or microgrids that were proposed that already exists, or functional or non-functional. So basically, this was the first step towards ensuring that the idea of having a framework or a strategy that needs to be built is based on certain attributes. So what were the attributes? Now, that's a very common thing, like common thing in the sense, like when we talk about any microgrid, what are the first thing that comes to our mind, whether in ways of whether the microgrid is like the assessment can be done in ways of like capacity, whether it's sufficient to provide electricity, availability, like when the electricity will be available or for how many hours it will be available. Then affordability, like are the people who are able to afford and electricity access? Because if we see the remote communities or the rural areas in many developing countries, the poverty index is drastic. So one question that needs to be considered is whether affordability aspect is like if at all the microgrid is affordable. Now, when in terms of a reliability aspect, so are the microgrids reliable? Because microgrids generally the main resource are solar, wind. So these are all intermittent, right? So are these, what are the reliability factors or what are the reliability aspects for those microgrids that have already been developed or established? Now, there are two important things that generally the multi-tier framework failed to answer. That was, it did in some way regarding the legality of the microgrids. From my experience, legality perspective, as defined by the multi-tier framework, was in terms of the protection scenarios. Yes, protection scenarios is required, but protection scenarios can now be set in or questioned or analyzed in ways of reliability perspectives of microgrids, and a different scenario or a different sector that needs now a proper view on ways of legality of the microgrids is job aspects, because there have been issues where microgrids, when the investors or the developers, they acquired land that later deemed to be an illegal land, or it was some sort of an encroachment, or employment opportunities were promised, but then it was compromised. So plenty of legality issues that aligns with microgrids that needs to be considered. The reason why, and one of the another aspect is sustainability aspect. Now, sustainability aspect, this term has been very, sustainability itself is a very tricky as a term, but sustainability in my view was a fossil-free aspect, and another being how it is ensuring the overall environmental and economic perspective, like how is it how it would implicate or how it would provide insights upon the ESG developments or the ESG values of a microgrid. So basically, the attributes that were considered were the CARLs, is what I named it, CAARLS. So based on these attributes, 19 to 20 cases were then analyzed. So this is one of the excerpt from a journal. So basically, we see here, like in ways of implemented project studies, we figured out that there were plenty of microgrids which were sustainable, fine, because it was fossil free. And these are mostly, if we see here the cases, these are mostly the project cases from India, along with some literature case studies which were never implemented. But the first section here refers to the implemented cases in India and few of the other developing countries where microgrids failed. I wouldn't use the term fail, but there were underpinnings of the microgrids. Why that need? That was the need, and the assessment of the attributes led to an understanding why those microgrids failed. There were few perspectives like capacity. Here when it's not about the microgrids didn't provide power, or I don't mean here that the microgrids were the electricity availability was zero. No, it was available. It was not even the case like it was not affordable. However, capacity in the way is it, or the availability was when the electricity was available. Like most, and one of these cases here, availability of the microgrid was mostly during the morning hours or the evening hours, or 4 hours in the evening with no provision of evening. Like, for example, in one of the cases here for the Oreda, the evening access of electricity was zero. So does that mean that it's just provided in the morning and the dwellers wouldn't have any access to electricity in the evening? That would radically affect maybe the evening hours of their studies or women education or whatever factors. So basically, if we see here, the assessment of these attributes that were being developed, that were being framed and questioned in order to ensure that the reason behind the underpinnings of these microgrids. If we see here on the sustainability aspect, most of the microgrids actually they were had solar resources or coupled with wind or battery, or if not battery, then at least single source units. So that was there, but in ways of the other attributes, it failed drastically. So I wouldn't go into the metrics of how this attributes were or how the evaluation was done. But based on this, our major understanding that we got was there was a basic lack of typology identification in the rural electrification scenario of India. Now, when I talk about the typology identification, that's because the diversity is the issue in India. At times, being proud of the diversity of our culture. But when I say about the typology identification, it's about what sort of or what is the scope of microgrid in a particular village. Whether it'll be used for whether it will be used for any particular agricultural purpose, or whether it will be used for any industrial purpose. So basically, there was a proper lack of typology. Revising or suggesting amendments to ICTC standard was of immense importance. The reason being there's just one standard that mostly is being used for the hybrid electrification or the rural electrification system, that is the ICTC 62257. In that, amendments were required in ways of ensuring that a proper typology identification has been clarified, or ways of dispatchable loads or non-dispatchable loads that needs to be cleared, because the standards clearly showed that most of the technical standards that were indicated in the IEC standard didn't have a proper way of assessing what sort of village or the protection units, or even in ways of like dispatchable units or non-dispatchable units. So battery, because battery is the next, again, battery is the biggest the new technology that will be undertaken by most of these off-grid scenarios. So there's no mention about these and this ICTC standard. And the another thing that that was realized on the attribute analysis, the evaluation of those microgrids based on those analysis, that there was a proper planning technique that was falling apart. There was a lack of energy utilization and management technique. When I talk about the energy utilization and management technique, so what do I actually mean by this? Because there is sunshine hours during the day, wind it's in the night, fine. But there have been cases where there is excess generation in the night, and during the day there have been no underutilization of those wind resources. So when we talk about the techno-economic aspects, do these assessments take into consideration that the utilization of the resources are done in a proper manner? Because it's not about it's a mismanagement, because it's also an indication towards the energy efficiency factors, the utilization factors. So that's one thing that was drastically missing. And the next was a system dynamics approach that was required, followed by a pathway for technology adoption. So when I say about the pathway for technology adoption, what is the basic thing that we see? It's not about the technology advancements that's only required, but how the people or the dwellers of that community adopt towards the technological change. One needs to train the people. One needs to ensure that the dwellers have easy access to the technology. So what could be done or what can be done in order to ensure that the technology is actually being adopted or absorbed by the community in a proper way? So that those were the pretty things that which came across on or that were reflected, or the insights that we got from the attributes evaluation for the microgrids. So based on those evaluations, there was this modules that were developed, and most of the frameworks, in my opinion, are conceptual frameworks at one stage, which are iterative in process. The reason being iterative in the process, that goes through continuous transformation and changes till it takes its final shape. So here, it's just a flow chart I would like to just present here. The flowchart gives an idea of how iterative a framework process can be. Time and again, the modules needs to be assessed, needs to be checked, and it then needs to go through a proper verification stage so that it's being verified by the technology experts, and it's being verified by the energy jargons who understand the scenario. And when we talk about the technology experts or the verification process for energy-related frameworks, it's not just the technology or the industrial experts that needs to be considered. It's even the community or the people who would be using the resources. They need to be consulted as well to ensure that because the reason is, until and unless we provide a solution to the people, microgrids wouldn't serve its entire purpose. So one needs to ensure that their expectations are also being sufficed. And so basically, the verification process can be done in phases. It depends upon the designer of the framework, or it needs how the strategy needs to be done in order to ensure that a framework from idea gets into a proper practical process. So these are the ways. So when I talk about the technology perspective as well, so one of the things that is of most importance now for any microgrid is to ensure not just what are the actions what are the actions that a developer needs to undertake, what are the responsibilities of a dweller or the user of the microgrid, at what stage these developers, or what are the responsibilities of the developers, or what are the responsibilities of the users towards ensuring a microgrid as a process. So basically, the amendments that were then suggested or changes to that amendment was in ways of AOMR actions, that is actions, operations, responsibilities, and management. And followed by, there were a few technological amendments and ways of ensuring that a proper typology is identified. So basically, the reason behind for me saying all these things is when we just focus on technology, leaving aside the economical factors or socio factors or environmental factors, these lead to the underpinnings or underachievement of microgrids, especially in countries like India, because there the ignorance of the people is something that needs to be considered. So a technology is only can be considered as successful if the social perspectives are considered. So more of community participations in the microgrid projects are the key to success in achieving the electrification scenarios in India. So that was my intake from there, my takeaways from there. So once we come across the verification stage, so this is just a very a rough, or I would say undeveloped toolkit that's now being developed by the IEEE committee. And this toolkit is about, because of confidential agreements, of confidentiality issues, I wouldn't be able to show you all the details of how it works or the details of the toolkits. However, a toolkit is what leads to the next stage of a framework in ways of practical applications. So this is something which is now being developed. Looks very rough. It looks very, it's nothing very much concrete at this stage as well. But the reason behind showing all these things is a strategy can lead to changes. A strategy for microgrid is what is required for a next wave of microgrids, because the energy transition is just not about ensuring that electricity is the only way towards decarbonizing an economy. Electricity, or providing electricity access to the household, is the only, I would rather say, the only way of decarbonizing an economy. No, because there are plenty of other ways, like the tipping points, EVs, ICs, but the first thing for India is, again, back to square zero, is providing electricity to the people. So in that way, the first target is about strategizing ways towards ensuring that the rural areas in India have complete or unified electricity access, rather than being concentrated in among only those 10% of the households or villages. So that is something that one needs to consider. Now, in ways of institutional reforms and rethinking, this is something that is, again, a next wave or a strategy towards achieving the next wave or the next way of microgrid, is from a university perspective. Most universities, please, I might sound harsh, but it's not my it's not my idea to sound harsh. So when we look forward to any grants, when we look forward to any proposals, we tend to target just the technology perspective. And that's been the case with like most of the institutions. So from an institution perspective, microgrids can achieve its ultimate result if more research or more research activities comes from an interdisciplinary perspective. So when I talk about the interdisciplinary perspective, it's not just the technical perspectives, but policy perspectives or economic perspectives or management perspectives. So this is something that needs to be considered as one of the aspects, followed by a research proposal with targeting the different dimensions of SDGs rather than just focusing on one technology, because it's been generally observed. However, the dignitaries present here have more experience and far more experience and grant proposals. However, from just my experience, I would like to share that the research proposals have only focused on technology. Yes, technology is important. We are engineers, we will look forward towards engineering perspectives, but the need of the hour is not just technology, but ensuring technology has added value, or ensuring it's like a business model needs to be developed. And it's then that investors are keen in investing for any of the projects. So it ensures that the technology supply chain is achieved. So that is one thing that one would one needs to focus upon, followed by collaborations with the Task Force Standard Committee. So in order to ensure that there are plenty of changes, just for example, one of the aspect was an issue, or that the multi-tier framework needs to be developed. However, and there are plenty of research that's going around, but in order to ensure that the effectiveness of the ideas reaches its goal, one needs to collaborate with the standard committees to ensure that the ideas reach its actual like destination, or it reaches its. We need to figure out the people who are actually the decision makers, to ensure that the standards are amended. It's a long process, but that gives a good source of chance to strategize a technological change as well. Targeting net zero emissions at institutional levels. So microgrids, yes, but there's one thing which is a bit out of league. But in order to strategize for the next wave, microgrids can be developed even at institutions. As an example, for ensuring it has got the technological perspectives, economic perspectives, environmental perspectives being associated with it, which sets an example to as a KPI, basically. It sets a KPIs for further developments at the rural level, or further taking it forward to the ones in need. And from a researcher's perspective, for the next wave, it's all about thinking outside the box. Because when we talk about just the technology perspective, leaving aside the economic or the other perspectives of engineering, that is not, it's going to lead towards an application or a practical application of our ideas. So one needs to think outside how to do it, and expanding networking, engaging in regulatory bodies and committees. So this is something that, from my experience, that's quite essential, because the need of the hour is, again, plenty of regulatory changes, policy changes. We have technology, but what we are actually lacking is the regulatory measures, the social measures that falls in line with the technology. So one needs to ensure that the research based is just not upon technology, but has added value to the society. Like, again, a transition from academia to industry can sometimes be very daunting, but for a PhD students especially, it's all about the vision. And PhDs can be the changes of the system, like the basically the just like the energy, they can be the intrinsic factor who can change the society. So more industries which need the researchers, which we fall apart in thinking like, no, but that's not the thing. We do need, like PhDs do have very, and can add values to the industry as well. And there needs to be a transition. So in order to ensure that the strategies are achieved, or in order to ensure that our goals are achieved, one needs to be flexible and target the right areas to ensure that electrification of the rural areas, in order to join the industries or some way or the other, is being achieved. So with this, I end my presentation. And I'm open to questions or any further discussions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Abhi. The participants, please. Yes, dear participants, if anyone is interested.
Yes, I can see Rajdeep Bhattacharya asking what are the reasons for very minimum availability of microgrid in India? As what I said, it's not that microgrids are, if I'm getting it correct, minimum availability in ways of the numbers of microgrids. So is that the reason you're asking that one needs to scale up microgrids in India? Could you be a bit more clear about it? One of the reasons which I can think the reasons minimum availability is we do have grid extensions, but it doesn't reach the remote regions. Minimum availability can also be due to regulatory measures. Minimum availability can also are we running short of time still?
No, that's okay. Okay.
Okay. Minimum availability can be, as I just mentioned, like lack of proper regulatory measures or maybe even the resources that's required, that we are more dependent upon the solar. However, the wind resources needs to be harnessed more because if we see around the solar resources in India, the wind resources in it, it's very confined to some places. So that's and there are plenty of options to scale up microgrids. What it actually needs is, I would rather say, again, one of the factors that leads is the regulatory policies that needs to be understood. So that's one of the aspect, but not sure about minimum availability in what sense. Classification of these microgrids, please give something about AC and DC differentiation of the same. Yes, if you look around, like generally, it's a big thing. It's a research that's around, and if I'm not wrong, at IIT Madras regarding DC microgrids, if I'm correct. But the question being, yes, well, we can think about those, but households basically, they are. I mean, you need it's first and foremost, it's economical perspective that needs to be understood. And second thing, are we ready for the technology standards or the protection schemes? So yeah, that's something that I wouldn't be sure about.
Hello, Dr. Abhi. How do you expect this Indian market, microgrid market, to grow in the near future?
Sure, that's a very good question. So microgrids to scale up in India, the question aligns again. It needs to focus on, along with technology, the community participation is what it's lacking in India at this stage. Second thing is, along with that, the if it's grid injected microgrids, if we are looking at that perspective as well, and not just the off-grid scenarios, then the bidding strategies that needs to be understood at this stage in India. So our power systems are also capable of ensuring that more generation can be fed into this grid. So if I get you correct, what are the like the next wave? Yes, we can look around microgrids taking up the majority of the markets in India, with DSOs coming into effect as well. But it's again, we need to shift our focus from solar to harnessing other resources in India as well. And maybe it's the answer would be taking up more of storage aspects. So that is something we need to focus upon for the near future. Was it clear?
Yeah, thank you. And if we talk about some developed countries, those who have already moved ahead, like some European countries, what have been their experience while shifting from conventional generation to the renewable generation? If you have a...
Yeah, sure. That's again a very good question, because I'll just get the best example being New Zealand, where presently it's around 85% of the generation is actually renewable based. However, one reason being it's very hydro dominated. Second is the understanding or the adoption of this technology, not just by the distributors and the developers, but also by the users. So basically, it was a bidirectional approach and acceptance that led to better advancements and to scaling up the renewable perspective or renewable electrification in these countries. So that is one of the thing. And another thing is, if we are talking about renewable electrification, so it just does not focus, because here, even if it's rural areas, it's very different. The needs are very different if we compare to the rural scenarios in India and rural scenarios in any developed countries. However, their focus for electrical generation comes from the need for electrifying the other forms of things, such as cooking, transportation. So this led to a very fast or quick response to ensure that renewable electrification was achieved at a quicker rate than the remaining of the countries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So we had some queries from the participants, but majority of them have been addressed. So as such, participants, if you have any queries, you may post in the chat box.
There's another question.
Yeah.
So can we integrate solar energy, renewable energy with microgrids? If yes, you mentioned the solar energy. So can we integrate? Sorry?
I have a query regarding reliability analysis of a microgrid or integrated microgrid. So how it can be done, or parts of reliability analysis or stability analysis of a microgrid?
Well, I'm sorry, Mahesh. That wouldn't be my area of thing that I've focused on. So I wouldn't be at this stage. I wouldn't be able to answer this question, but can get back to you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is that what is the difference between microgrid and virtual power plant?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What I would just ask you, what actually you mean by virtual power plant?
Sir, it is a cloud-based distributed power plant that has capacities of heterogeneous distributed energy resources for the purpose of power generation, as well as selling of the power in energy market.
Sukriti, thanks for the question. Yes, as the name suggests, virtual power plant, the idea is, my question to you will be, are we looking at virtual power plants for India or virtual power plants in general?
So I would be seeking answers for both, because first of all, what is the general scenario, and then how it can be implemented in India, in context of India?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a long distance or very distant future, but in order to ensure, basically, it's all about the smartness of a microgrid. So microgrid is a separate entity, right? So like independence, it has its own generation capability, self-reliance, etc., etc. But a microgrid, it doesn't mean it needs to be smart. Whereas a virtual power plant, a microgrid can be, it's just like a microgrid can or cannot be smart, but a virtual power plant is something which is a very next generation technology, or I would say a smart grids is what I would say, because microgrids can be smart grids, but it's not the vice versa around, if I'm getting it correct, because in ways of electricity or cryptocurrency or I would say there are plenty of things that goes into the smart grid aspects or virtual power plants. But at this stage, India is a bit behind the scenarios. We do talk about cryptocurrency, or we do talk about plenty of cyber aspects or things related to virtual power plants. But it's still not the thing in India at the stage. If we are looking at only the microgrids, yes, if smart microgrids, it can be confined to very specific areas and not the entire region in India.
So it's definitely the solution for to make our system more reliable is we should go for virtual plant power plant concept, instead of microgrid.
Not required, because first you need to ensure that you are instead of, if you are hungry, for example, a simple solution would be to have a quick Maggie to self-suffice yourself, or would you still look forward to some biryani? Because this is the question that you need to ask. Because at this stage, the scenario in India will be looking forward to rather electrifying, making the process electrified rather than getting looking forward to smart microgrids or virtual power plants. So that is something, a plan ahead. That's what the next wave generation or the next wave technology is about. But in order to ensure that we reach the next wave, we need to be sure that we have achieved what actual purpose of microgrid was in India, which hasn't been the case as of now.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abhi. Thank you so much. It was a very nice discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Afzal.
And you have explained, I think in a very lucid manner. So I think the participant will be benefited. Thank you so much again. And thank you to all the participants also. We will be meeting at 4 o'clock for the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Vinod Kumar Yadav, sir, with us. So let me briefly introduce sir. Dr. Vinod Kumar Yadav received BTech degree in Electrical Engineering from Institute of Engineering and Technology, Bareilly in 2003. MTech degree in Power System Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur in 2005. And PhD degree in Power System Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee in 2011. Since 2011, he is associated with various technical universities and involved in teaching electrical engineering. Currently, he is Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering Department, Delhi Technology in DTU. Dr. Yadav has received Commendable Research Award from Delhi Technical University, Delhi, 13th March 2020, and also received Best Teacher Award from National Educational Association, Uttar Pradesh, October 1, 2016. Dr. Yadav has received Best Paper Awards from ICEEE 2020 NPTI, Faridabad, and he is also active member of professional bodies like IEEE and member International Association of Engineers. Dr. Yadav has guided 4 PhD scholars and 30 MTech students. He has published around 90 papers in reputed journals and conferences. His research interests include optimization of renewable energy systems, power system, and optimization, distributed generation, and smart grid. So now I ask dear sir to present his PPT.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
And screen is also visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, screen is also.
Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Afzal and all the coordinators. You have invited me for the presentation. And today I am going to present a very interesting topic, some reliability and grid interaction issues of photovoltaic technology. So, and we can also see what is the effect of environmental effect on the PV panel. So here, one of the greatest challenges faced by developing nations today is operate and manage their power industries is efficient and economic way. About 1.5 to 2 billion people do not have access to electricity, and for 50 million people in India alone, it is reported by the Central Electricity Authority, India in 2017. So why the huge population do not have access to the electricity? Obviously, or due to the shortage of electricity, and different reasons behind this, but main reason behind this shortage is basically the shortage of electricity. But this government is promoting the generation through the solar. So what is the exact status of Indian electricity statistics? So here we can see, so my presentation basically, so it is the outline of the presentation. So here we can see the trend of the peak power and energy deficit over the last 2 decades. So if we look at the historical trend of installed capacity addition over the last 2 decades, as you can see, up to the year 2017, the increasing in total installed capacity was due to the mainly addition of thermal power. However, since 2017, all the types of installed capacity addition was flat, except that of renewable energy at the end of the year 2018, here you can see 2018, the renewable energy installed capacity was 70 gigawatt, which further grew to 74 gigawatt by the end of 19. And basically, what is the challenge in the change in the power mix in 2017-18? The trend of installed capacity addition over last 2 decades. So here in figure A, 3, figure 3rd, A is the as on December 2018, and B part is December 2017. This will be more clear if we have a look at this energy mix of 2017 and 18. Let's have a more closer look on the energy mix as on December 2017. And December 2018, the total installed capacity was 333 gigawatt in the end of 2017, which grew to 354 gigawatt by the end of 2018. But there is no change in the installed capacity of thermal power, large hydro, nuclear and gas, which Q is only the renewable energy including large hydropower. So here, what is the breakup of renewable energy addition in 2017-18? So here we can see, so different generation from different renewable energy sources. So here we can see the solar, waste of energy, biomass, wind, SHP. So let us now further deep dive into the renewable energy technology to find out technology contributed more in the overall increase in the installed capacity. As you can see, the contribution of the solar energy was about 48%, followed by waste to energy, which was about 21%. Biomass, wind and small hydropower contributed about 8%, 7.5%, and 2% respectively. And after that, year-wise breakup of target 175 gigawatt by 2022. In figure 5, it is basically the year-wise target. The huge contribution from the photovoltaic energy was not a mere accident. You can see the year-wise plan of installed capacity addition of photovoltaic from 2015 to 2022. Government of India has planned to install up to the 175 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2022. And out of which 100 gigawatt is planned from the photovoltaics, and it is a target. And basically, so what is the global trend? So you can compare with the Indian scenario. So here we can see what is the global trend addition of the PV installed capacity. So here the similar is the trend globally. The photovoltaic installation is increasing exponentially. All over the world, the expected cumulative installed capacity from solar by end of 2019 is about 655 gigawatt here. 655 gigawatt globally, hence it is happening in India and throughout the globe as well around the photovoltaic energy. However, energy thinks about this technology may not be good. There will be some bad aspects which we can discuss later in this presentation. Then, what is the motivation? So here we can see the motivation behind the research work. So here we can see that approximately 2% of the entire fleet are predicted to fail within the 11 to 12 years. And about 19 billion modules can be expected to fail in the next decade. These four are the challenges if we are promoting the solar energy. So third is the failure at infancy or at midlife of project has high impact on cost of electricity and higher impact on environment, as PV waste management is difficult and is still in research and development stage. So basically, if we are suppose moving from thermal and other renewable energy sources to the solar energy, so obviously you have to know what is the efficiency of different materials. So here we can see the breakup of efficiency for a different material. So here we can see the photovoltaic PV technology has matured over time since it's first demonstrated by French scientist Edmond Becquerel in 1839. The PV technology evolved so far may be broadly classified in two categories: silicon crystalline and thin film. The subset of silicon crystalline technology are monocrystalline, polycrystalline, hybrid silicon, and emitter wire through cell, etc. While various types of thin film technology are amorphous silicon, cadmium telluride, or sulfide, or copper, indium, gallium dislide, etc. So the most commonly used PV cells are monocrystalline and polycrystalline at commercial scale. Monocrystalline silicon PV cells have better efficiency than the polycrystalline. The former cells are made for pure or doped silicon, have minimum impurities to degrade its semiconducting properties. The peak efficiencies of these technologies reported by the various researchers are presented here. So here you can see the single crystalline is around the 25.3%, and if we are moving from single to concentrated sun, so obviously the efficiency is increasing minorly, but the cost will be increased. So you can also see the different materials and different conditions. So here we can see a broad classification of PV technology. So first generation, these huge wafer-based crystalline silicon. So here we can see the crystalline silicon share is around 90% market share, and thin film approximately 10%, and other rest of the materials is less than 1%. So you can see from this figure, the market share of PV technology is around 90%. So here, what is the equivalent circuit? It is well known, basically the equivalent circuit of the PV cells. So here suppose IPS is the source current and the diode is connected across the RSH and series resistance is connected to in series with the load. So we can calculate the load current if we are applying the KCL at this node. So it is basically the load current. You can see from the equation 4. So what is the characteristic of PV cell? Basically, you can see the characteristic between the current density and power density. This graph shows the current voltage IV characteristic of the typical silicon PV cells operating under normal conditions. The power delivered by the solar cell is the product of current and voltage I into V. If the multiplication is done point for point for all voltages from short circuit to open circuit conditions, the power curve is obtained for a given radiation level. And with the solar cell open circuit, hello?
Yes, sir. I have unmuted, no problem.
Okay.
Muted the participant. Please continue.
Okay. That is not connected to any load. The current will be its minimum 0, and the voltage across the cell is at the maximum. Whereas the solar cell open circuit voltage means VOC. At the other example, when the solar cell is short circuited, that is the positive and negative leads connected together, the voltage across the cell is its minimum means 0, but the current flowing out the cell reaches to the maximum. And photovoltaic panel can be wired or connected together in either series or parallel combination or both to increase the voltage or current capacity of the solar array. If the array panels are connected together in series combinations, then the voltage increases, and if connected together in parallel, then the current increases. The electrical power in watts generated by these different photovoltaic combinations will still be the product of the voltage times the current, means P is equal to V into I. So in it is the general characteristic. If you are measuring, suppose you are measuring the current density, and you are plotting the characteristic between the current density and voltage and power density between the voltage. And so here we can see the effect of radiation and temperature on PV characteristics. So here you can see the normalized voltage and normalized voltage versus normalized current, and normalized current versus normalized voltage, and normalized power versus normalized current. So basically, it is evident that the photo current generated and output power thereof is directly proportional to the radiation level. And in case of increase in this temperature, the band gap of the crystalline silicon usually decreases. Thus, photons of longer wavelength are better absorbed, and lifetime of the minority carrier increases well. So that due to these two factors, the photo generated current and short circuit current ISC increases marginally. However, the saturation current decreases exponentially with increase in the temperature. Finally, reduce the open circuit voltage VOC as shown here. We can see here. So because of the phenomena of the PV module efficiency reduces drastically with increase the temperature. So here you can see the system design of PV module and PV array. So here we can see the two different types of diode are using here in figure B. One is the bypass diode, another red color diode is the blocking diode. Means if partial shading coming on the panel, so for the protection purposes, we can use the green diode or the bypass diode. And here in figure A, you can see the what is the connection of the multiple panels are connecting in series, or it can also be connected in different topologies. So basically, it is the photovoltaic module to whole, it is the, you can say the photovoltaic module, and it is the photovoltaic cell, and it is a bypass diode. So here, what is the impact of partial shading on the PV system? So here we can see if a partial shading coming on the panel, so what is the change in the normal current versus normal voltage and normalized power versus normalized voltage? So here we can see the peak. If the partial shading is coming, so definitely you will get two different peaks. One is the local peak and another is the global peak. Means hotspot generation under partial shading condition and its mitigation. During the partial shading condition, due to the condition of bypass diode, multiple peaks in the power versus the voltage characteristics are produced, and this makes the maximum power point tracking is complicated. And the IV and PV characteristic of the PV cells are non-linear in nature and are the function of the several factors like radiance, temperature, and humidity, till angle, and wind speed, etc. So under uniform irradiance, there is one unique point on those nonlinear curve at which the PV system operates most optimally and generates maximum power output, and this unique point is called the MPP. A bypass diode connected across each subpanel effectively provides a bypass path for the photocurrent generated by the illuminated PV cells. Hence, the constraints loss of the power output under partial shading conditions. However, the condition of the bypass diode produce the more than one peak in PV curve, that is the local and global peak, and this makes the MPPT more complicated under partial shading conditions. So here, what is the impact of environmental factors summary? So basically, it is reported by the previous researchers, and the correlation between different environmental factors with the different performance parameters of the PV cells based on the literature survey presented in this table. The correlation between the open circuit voltage here, open circuit voltage and temperature. Open circuit voltage and temperature is strongly negative. Means if the temperature rises, then open circuit voltage VOC will be reduced. And next example you can see here, the correlation between the peak power and irradiance here. It is coming the positive, means if the radiation level is rises, then peak power will also be increases. And means we can check the importance of the variables with the circuit parameter. So you can also see if the correlation is coming negative, means that parameter is not favoring of particular that parameters. So basically it is the overview of the environmental factors of 4 different parameters. Solar means open circuit voltage, short circuit current, peak power and efficiency. So basically it is the experimental study of comparative study of the different aerosols at different irradiance and concentration levels. So here we can say we have assumed in my case 4 different aerosols, means dust. One is the means normal dust. The first dust is the normal dust, T1. Consider for the study is normal city dust, which is commonly found in the environment of Indian cities to have deposited on the flat surface, for example, car, floors, streets, etc. And next is the T2 is the sand dust, is assigned and it is one of the most commonly found pollutants or aerosols. Basically, it is particulate matter composed of the fine particles of rock and mineral created by the mature phenomena of human activities, and sample of the sand which have been collected from the Thar desert located in northern western part of the India. And third is the clay dust. Basically, clay dust T3 consider which is fine particle of the limestone collected from the deposition in the vicinity of construction site. And fourth is the carbonaceous dust. It is carbonaceous ash, which is the residue of burnt coal at thermal power plant collected from 1820 megawatt Dadari thermal power plant. 4 different types of the dust at different types of concentration. Concentration here you can see T1 we are varying the different types of dust. Means first combination the normal dust and the concentration level W1 means 2 gram and radiation level we are considering 3 different radiation level. One is the IR1 is 285 watt per meter square and IR2 is 360 watt per meter square and IR is 415 watt per meter square. Means we are varying here in first combination IR1 W1 T1, in next combination IR1 W1 T2 means second types of the dust. So we have generated 36 data sets. If we are generating the 36 data set, so we can see which is the best location to install the solar power plant, which means which dust is more effective, means reducing the efficiency if we are planning to install the solar power plant. So basically my aim is in this first study is what is the best location to install the solar power plant. So it is basically the setup of experimental study 1. So it is the experimental setup. So here we can see the solar cells are connected in different topologies, but in first study, in first case, it is connected in series parallel. So here it is the PV module and it is the multimeter, and for the load purpose we are using the rheostat, and it is the pyrometer, and it is the weight for measuring the concentration level, means aerosols. So experimental setup developed for the present work, basically the 4x4 matrix PV panel and 16 number of silicon cells connected in 7 different configuration. So basically here we can see the choice of artificial light. So here it is the different lights. Here it is basically the solar spectrum and incandescent bulb. So basically it is not most important. So here you can also see the spectral response of PV cells. So next you can see the primary data experimental study. So here what is the characteristic for the clean panel? First is the IV and PV characteristics of clean panel. So basically the first stage of the experimental study, the impact of the 4 different types of the aerosols are studied for their impact on performance of PV cells. So here the primary data generated from the experiment is present in the form of IV and PV curve. In this figure, the open circuit voltage VOC and short circuit current ISC, fill factor, peak power loss, IV and PV characteristics were measured for all the radiance level from IR1 to IR3, a clean panel. So here you can see if the radiation level is increasing from 285 watt per meter square, here it is the, you can see the IR1 is the red, and it is basically IR2 is next. IR2 is the 360 and green is basically 415. If you are increasing the radiation level, then you are getting the higher peak. The peak is increasing in the PV curve, PV characteristic. So basically, the IV and PV characteristic of normal dust, but irradiance level and concentration level is varying from 285 to 415, and also concentration level is from 4 gram to 8 gram, means this gives the fair amount of the understanding of comparative reduction in the performance parameters with reduction in the irradiance level and increases in dust concentration for each type of aerosols. So here you can see for the different, if you are changing the different types of dust, so you can, it is coming in the same trend, and you can also, we are changing the different types of dust and different types, different concentration level and different types of dust. So what is the basically the primary data experimental study? So here you can see the peak power loss at different radiation at, suppose the radiation level IR1, IR2 and IR3. So first is the IR1. These characteristics present the comparative impact on different types of pollutants at radiation level IR1, IR2 and IR3 respectively. From these two distinct cluster of pollutant can be observed in these three figures with regards to their impact on reduction of PV power of PV panel from clean conditions, and dust type T1 and T2 means T1 and T2. Here you can see constitute the first cluster, while dust type T3 and T4 constitute the second cluster. The loss of the peak power means two different clusters. One is the T1 and T2 and T3 and T4 are coming at the different cluster. However, it will be fascinating to the note that the difference between the peak power loss of different cluster is observed to be wide. In absolute terms, the peak power loss are about 36.7% and 35.5% and 30.3% at the radiation level IR1, IR2 and IR3 respectively. Means in all the cases, the maximum loss is observed to have contributed by the pollutant type T4, that is as emitted by thermal power plant, closely followed by the T3, that is clay dust. The power loss due to the T3 and T2 are observed much lesser as compared to other two types. Means if T1 and T2 means normal and clay dust is relatively less. Normal and sand dust, the power loss is relatively less. If we are using clay and sand dust, carbonaceous dust, means power loss will be increased. So here you can see for the comparative study, we have here, we are using the methodology, the data envelopment analysis. So it is basically two different techniques. Here 5 different techniques have been used to calculate the different for 36 data set combination to estimate what is the actual efficiency of different combinations. So here first start and select the input and output variable. So in my case, we have selected the multiple inputs, and after that, general all alternative modes K, fixed input and output variables. And after that, we are running the data envelopment analysis and we are calculating the relative efficiency. And it is basically this Chance and Cooper efficiency, means CCR efficiency. After that, we are using 5 different model. Here, suppose it is the MCDA multi-criteria data envelopment analysis and simple CCR efficiency, BCC efficiency, another is Shannon's entropy model, and 5 different models have been used for the bifurcating the best best combination or best basically best combination of the set of generated data. So after that, we are evaluating the efficiency of 36 data sets. Here J is equal to 1 to 36 and normalize the efficiency matrix. After that, we are calculating the Shannon's entropy for, suppose here the 36 data set, it is the relative efficiency is evaluating the more than one efficiency is coming 100%, means it is the relative efficiency. So how we are bifurcating which is the best efficiency? That's why we are using here the Shannon's entropy to choose the best combination. After that, we are using the calculate the comprehensive efficiency score for all the 36 data sets. And after that, we stop the display. And here you can see the data. What is the data envelopment analysis? Means DA is the established tool to quantify the relative efficiency of the set of entities, objective function of which have multiple inputs and output. These entities are referred as decision-making units, mean DMUs. In data envelopment analysis studies, it is non-parametric technique and hence it does not require awareness of underlying productions. And the main advantage of data envelopment analysis over the other type of optimization technique and benchmarking technique is flexibility in generation of weights in inputs and output parameters, all the inputs and output parameters. And due to its unique advantage of data envelopment analysis, means DA has been applied to wide spectrum of managerial, operational and economic problem, both is the public and private sectors. And presently evolve and the indispensable tool for benchmarking studies in the many area of research, including energy sectors. So basically, the data envelopment analysis formulation allow the decision-making units to maximize the relative efficiency by obtaining the inputs and output weights as favorable possible under the constraints, that is the efficiency of none of the DMUs becomes greater than unity when assigned with the same set of weights. 5. Used data envelopment analysis, which have been used in the study for the obtaining the relative efficiency matrix. So here, the selection of input and output variables. So basically, the selection of input and output variables, inputs, plays a very important role in benchmarking studies using data envelopment analysis. The choice of variable depends on only the objective of the analysis, adopted methodology, and technical requirement of the chosen model, but also on availability of reliable data. There is no universal tool is available for selection of variable, but the input and output variables should reflect the resource used by the decision-making units and production parameters. So on the basis of this phenomena, we have selected here so 2 input variable. One is the radiance level X1 and undesirable aerosols, means undesirable variable aerosol concentration X2, and 4 different output variables: short circuit current, open circuit voltage, fill factor, and peak power loss. Basically, after the selection of input and output variable, the validity and reliability analysis is also important for the accuracy importance. So here you can see, if we are chosen, we have selected the input output variable, then these 3 steps are mandatory before applying the methodology. First is the data sufficiency, and second is the data validity, and third is the data reliability. So data sufficiency means a general guideline commonly applied for the selection of input and output variable is the total number of input and outputs should not be less than 1/3 of the total number of DMUs. So in my case, total number of DMUs is 36. And input and output is 6. 6 into 3 means 18. If the total number of data sets is considering less than 18, means this methodology cannot be give the favorable result or good result or reliable result. So in my case, we have considered the 36 for experimental study, hence the criterion of the data sufficiency is satisfied. Reduction of number of variable either reduces the efficiency of DMUs or keeping the same but not to increase. And next is the data validity. For our valid data, DA, the chosen variables should exhibit isotonicity relationship between input and output variables, which implies that the input and output should be positively correlated. That is, increment of input should not result decrease of any of the output and the other way around. And third is the data reliability. Data reliability means you can check the data through the regression or ANOVA model. So if you are checking, we are validating the data. So first the R square of the regression is measured of the variation in the output parameters, which is predicted or accurate for the input variables. And another is the F ratio, represents the degree by which the model has improved the prediction of the outcome with respect to the level of inaccuracy of the model. So basically, these steps can be must be used before applying this technique. This technique means data envelopment analysis technique. So here, the first we are using this. We are checking the data. So here you can see the correlation coefficient between these six different variables. So here we can see that all the correlation is coming means positive, but here we can see, so it is the strongly correlated between the irradiance level and short circuit current, and it is basically it is weakly correlated between the concentration of total suspended particles and the reciprocal of open circuit voltage. Means, so, but if it is coming between the 0 to 1, so we can consider all the variables. If correlation is coming negative in DA analysis, then that variable cannot be included in the analysis. And after that, if we have selected all the variables, we have checked through the correlation coefficient, then we can use we can also check through the through the regression and ANOVA results also. So here we can see the R square value exhibits 52.3% of the variation in the open circuit voltage and 54.8% of the variation in the short circuit current due to the independent variables, that is the inputs. And validity of the model may be cross-checked by the comparing the R square value with the adjusted R square values. It is the close match may be the observed between the two, and all the F values are significant at P is less than 0.005, which implies that the chance of the variable following the random distribution are less than 0.5%. In other words, there is a 99.5% chance of the data to be corrected, and which is expected to produce the realistic results. So after that, we can also see the result of data envelopment analysis. So here it is basically the two different efficiency. One is this is the CCR efficiency, another is the CES, means Shannon entropy efficiency. Here we can see most of the DMUs, means data sets are coming on the frontier line here. Means these are coming 100% overall relatively efficient. So how we can see which is the best, which data set is the best efficiency is producing. So for this region, we are using the Shannon's entropy method to differentiate the different models. So here we can see the different DA models where they computed to find the 36 data DMUs and considering all the inputs and output collectively. The CCR model and CES complete ranking based CES for all the 36 units are normal dust group and 4 units from the sand dust and 2 units from clay dust group obtained the relatively efficiency score or 1, and 3 out of 4 DA efficient units sand group attained frontier and lower radiation level, and IR1 for all three dust concentration levels. However, none of the data sets from ash dust is observed to be lying on the frontier lines. So here you can see the synthesis of the result. So basically the PV performance at the condition IR3 W1 T2 ranked 1 means 3 out of first 5 rank, first, fourth and fifth obtained by sand group, means sand affects PV performance least, means rest 2 out of first 5 rank, second, third obtained by normal city dust group, and fourth is the 3 out of last 5, means from the bottom level, 3 out of last 5 data sets rank 32, 35 and 36 belong to carbonaceous ash group emitted by the thermal power plant. So after that, conclusion and experimental study 1 means the PV performance is affected least by sand at lower concentration and highest irradiance level. Amongst all the dust type, impacts of sand was lower under all environmental conditions, and performance of PV under normal dust, city dust was poorer than sand but better than other 2 type of dust. Carbonaceous ash impacted PV performance maximum. So if we are suppose planning to install the PV plant near to the thermal power plant, because the thermal power, in my study, the thermal power plant as is reducing the efficiency, means it is achieving the ranking 32, 35 and lowest ranking, means it is this type of as is reducing the efficiency level. Means if we are planning to install the solar power plant near to the thermal power, so it is that is not good location. If we are moving the normal means sand dust, means it is located northern western part of the city, India. So that is the best location to install the, means Rajasthan is the best location to install the solar power plant. And next experimental study to what is the objective to study the cumulative impact on aerosols and partial shedding on the different array configurations. So here we can see, so the different configuration studied in the experimental studies 2. So here 7 different combinations. First is the panels are connected in series parallel. Second is connected bridge link array. It is the A2, and honeycomb array is A3, and total cross tied array is the A4, and cross tied series parallel A5, and cross tied bridge link A6, and total cross tied honeycomb is A7. So different means 7 different topologies configurations are available or studied in this study. So here we can see the primary data of the experimental study, the cumulative impact of aerosols and partial shedding on each array topologies in terms of the loss in the peak power in this figure for radiance of IR1 to IR3 respectively, in which the power loss have been plotted for aerosols concentration level of W2 means 6 gram. And at irradiance level IR1 means 285 watt per meter square, its maximum of average loss is observed in series parallel. Series parallel means 32.15, and lowest power is observed in TCT. Here TCT with cumulative average is around the 25%. The average power loss is proposed new array topologies, that is the CT, SP, CTSP, and CTBL means total cross-tied bridge link, and cross-tied honeycomb are observed to 25.5, 26.5, and 25.3. So basically, if we are changing the radiation level, then similarly the radiance level of the IR2 means approx 30.5% average loss is observed in series parallel array, which is again the highest value amongst all the array topologies. However, lowest average loss observed in array clay and honeycomb is 24.5, CTBL, CTSP, and TCT closely followed average is approximately 24.5, 24.8, and 25.3. So here we can see the peak power loss. If we are moving, we are increasing the radiation level from 285 to 360. Then here IR3 is 415 watt per meter square. Then we can see here the peak power loss at this radiance level 415 watt per meter square is around the 29 point approx 56. And TCT is recorded as the lowest average loss, TCT. Here, it is recorded the lowest average loss around the 23 or 23.4 or 23 point something. The average result shown the distinct division between the performance of different array topologies under the cumulative impact on the aerosols and partial shedding, and series, bridge link, honeycomb array experience more average 1 minute, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So here, basically, the series parallel, bridge link and honeycomb array experience more average power loss in peak power, whether the TCT, CTSP, CTHT, and cross-tied bridge link form the other group experiencing the lower power loss. And next, the primary data of experiment study 2. So here we can see the total, the combination, the index of experimental data set A1, it is the topologies which we are adopting, and IR is the basically radiation level, and WC is the concentration, and TD is the type of dust. Hence, the total number of data sets generated through the experimental is the 252, but manually comparative analysis is not possible. Then we have calculated, we have checked the data through the different methodology methods, and after that we have selected around 36 data sets in this analysis. So here we can see the ranking of the data sets, first 21 from the total 251 data sets. So here we can see the CCR means the relative efficiency score of individual data envelopment analysis. So here you can see the first method is the Chance, Cooper and Rhodes efficiency. Second is the Banker, Chance and Cooper efficiency. And third is the additive model. And fourth is the minimizing sum and minimizing, and another is the maximizing. It is the maximizing minimum efficiency, and last is the Shannon's entropy. And after that, it is the basically for the ranking purposes, the group of 21 data set is formed by choosing the best performing scenario from each of the 7 PV array group and analysis of the CES and CS, and the ranking of the 21 best scenario have been calculated. The efficiency score obtained from different data envelopment analysis model, CES and ranking of those have been obtained. It may be observed that 15 out of 21 selected data sets are related to the aerosols of T2. Means T2 is the sand dust. And 5 data sets from T1 and 1 data sets from 3 was from the clay dust, and 4th is the carbonaceous, none of the ranking. Means performance under test condition A for IR1 W3 T2 and A6 W1 T3 T1 obtain CES1 both assigned with the rank 1, as further differentiate between those is not possible based on CES, which is indicate that under partial shading array types, the total cross-tied and CT means cross-tied bridge links are able to convert energy efficiently when the impact by the sand and normal dust respectively at lowest irradiance level. So 3rd, 4th and 5th rank have been obtained from A7, IR1, W3, T3, means T2, and another is also coming from T2 group, which implies that 3 out of first 5 rank have been obtained by PV performance affected by sand, and balance 2 rank is the normal dust, and there is no ranking from the carbonaceous test. So means carbonaceous means thermal dust is affecting the efficiency. It is not achieving the efficiency between the 1 to 21 data sets. So here you can see the synthesis of primary data of experimental study. So it is the basically the contribution of array type of T2 shares. So what is the share? You can see here if we are considering the sand dust, so it is the series parallel is the approximately 14.29% share, and bridge link is 4.76%, and CTSP clay type series parallel is the approximately 24.29. So it is the two different topologies are approximately the highest percentage share. So the T1 overall, if we can see, so the here the T1 is the approximately normal dust is the 24% share, and here we can see this T3. T3 means clay dust is the 5%, and T2 means sand dust is 71% share, and there is no contribution in the T2 means carbonaceous dust. So here it is the overall the conclusion drawn from the experimental study 2. The means maximum peak power loss is observed to be the 48.5% due to the type T4 aerosols. Means if you are using the means carbonaceous dust means the approximately 48.5% power peak power loss, and TCT and proposed hybrid topologies CTSP and CTBL and CTST are found to register less power loss as compared to the conventional topologies. And 2 out of 3 proposed novel topologies means SC and CTBL have performed per which the total cross tied on the average and better in some scenario, and hence experimentation with the novel array topologies have great potential for increasing the performance ratio of the PV panel, as the type of aerosols impact on PV performance differently. Choice of the location of site may enhance the performance ratio of the PV project. A PV project in desert will have better performance ratio, and then site near to the thermal power plant under equal irradiance level and cleaning cycles. And experimental study 3rd is the very important for the reliability check of any type of panel. So it is basically if the partial shading is coming on the panel, then the hotspot will generate. So what is the hotspot mitigation technique? The most commonly used method to mitigate the impact of the partial shading on the PV performance and reliability to connect the bypass diode across the set of PV cells or sub-panel, which is generally 1/3 of the cells of the module, to optimize the additional cost of the bypass diode. And basically it is the back side of the panel. This is the junction box containing the bypass diode of the standard. This figure is basically the back side of the panel, and the bypass turns on the case of the output, and any cells mismatch with the rest of the cells in series. With each hand, the bypass the current generated by the illuminated cell of the other subpanel. Hence, in case of the 72 cells module, one diode is connected across the group of 24 cells to limit the reverse voltage to about 13.8 volt. And the application of bypass diode is most commonly used technique across solar industries to mitigate the impact on hotspot due to the partially shaded conditions, and bypass diode does not eliminate the reverse bias voltage across the non-productive cells completely, but only restrict it. So basically, it is the bypass diode is important for protecting the hotspot. So here we can see the power flow in PV module under partial shading condition in 34, and in 35 the voltage distribution in the closed loop of the subpanel of PV module under partial shading condition, where open circuit voltage is 0.6, and presently the majority of the module manufacturer use Schottky diode and bypass diode, which has lesser forward voltage drop 0.3 to 0.5, and capital N is the total number of cells connected series in the subpanel. And generally the bypass diode are used for module for industrial scale grid-tied project. And after that, what is the prevalent bypass arrangement issues? The different reverse breakdown mechanism of multicrystalline PV cells, and demonstrated that is the phenomena may be categorized in 3 types based on the voltage at which the breakdown occurs. The type 1 here, the type 1 or early breakdown occur at very low voltage, start even below -0.5 due to the presence of the microscopic aluminum means Al particles over emitter surface of the PV cells. In this type of breakdown mechanism, the current increase linearly, and hence this phenomena is not physically fatal for PV cells. However, presence of microscopic aluminum particle of large size may provide the low sun resistance path, which may lead to generation of severe hot spot in both mono and multicrystalline PV cells. And second type of breakdown is defect induced breakdown, with occur at -7 volt to the 11 volt in region of the recombinative crystallographic defect. The reverse current increases weakly exponentially in type 2 breakdown, though the large amount of current does not flow in type 1 and type 2 breakdown at the standard test condition means, but these type of breakdown is still poses risk of the hot spot formation. And third type of breakdown mechanism cause most severe impact, as in this case the reverse current slow strongly exponential increases due to the avalanche breakdown and occur in the voltage approximately 13 to 18 volt, it is important to note that the voltage range at which the most severe breakdown occurs in type 3. And next is the proposed modified bypass arrangement. So here you can see here, suppose it is the cells or panels. If the partial setting is coming on this panel, then here we are proposing the IGBT. Here IGBT insulated gate bipolar transistor. In figure 37, basically here represent the proposed modified bypass circuit. An insulated gate bipolar transistor is connected in series with this each subpanel along with the conventional bypass diode. The gate terminal is connected to the end of subpanel. During the normal operation, partially shaded condition, the voltage generated by the cell in the subpanel means N into V applies the gate emitter voltage Vg to the IGBT and turn on, and IGBT conduct the photocurrent generated by the PV cell connected in series with the offering negligible on the state resistance and on state power loss. And the reverse voltage which acts across the shaded cell in subpanel when connected to proposed modified bypass diode gets reduce the voltage drop across IGBT. That is, the VCE is a full illuminated condition. The subpanel applies gate voltage and keep the IGBT is on model. However, during partially shaded condition, the gate voltage reduced and pushes the IGBT nonlinear region. The value of VCE is here we can see in figure 38, and reverse voltage across the shaded cell gets reduced in type 3 avalanche breakdown voltage. So basically here it is in this figure the image of the connection box with the box of bypass circuit connected to it. Resistive load was connected across the panel and output current was set 7 ampere for completed duration for the study. And this arrangement was made to the compared with the performance of proposed modified bypass circuit, with that of the standard bypass diode under exactly same ambient and operating conditions. So basically it is the experimental setup of experimental study 3. So here we can see the experimental setup. First is the one cell, each of makes and masked from two different subpanel of 250 watt 60 cells polycrystalline module, and B is the basically we have masked 4 different cells. So here we can see the thermal image of the module with 2 different bypass circuit. A is the front side image, another is the back side. So basically the average mature irradiance was recorded to be about 955 watt per meter square, and the ambient temperature was basically 28 to 31 degrees Celsius during the period of study. The thermographic image circuit, so you can see this figure is captured from the thermographic camera. And however, the hotspot temperature of the mask cell, which was protected by the standard bypass diode, was observed to the 4.6% higher than the temperature measured from front side of the panel. After that, this can be recognized that the fact masking paper was present on the front side of the panel, which is restricted with the thermal profiling, where in case of the back side image, no masking paper was present. The temperature of the back side of the mask cell protected is proposed modified bypass circuit was observed to lower than the average modifies module surface temperature. So after that, we have captured the different images, and we have validated, and we have seen the IGBT is more reliable and more effective for increasing the reliability of the panel, and it is increasing the life of the panel. So it is the different basically images, and around the when the hot spot is coming, then efficiency is reducing. If we are using the hot spot, then if we are using the IGBT, the efficiency will be maintained. And basically it is the check the impact of IB on the gate scale. So here it is basically that is the experimental study. Here the same work is compared with the simulation result. So basically if we are you are suppose validating, we are calculating the result with the hardware, then there is no need to simulate the work. And so I think the presentation here, hello, Afzal, Dr. Afzal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
तो आई थिंक हम यहाँ स्टॉप कर दें, तो अगर आप कहो तो
Okay,
so basically it is the same work.
If any participant
if any question,
any doubt, yes, we can continue.
Any question regarding this presentation? So I can sort out the problem.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I just have a question regarding the PCC.
Yes.
If we want to calculate the harmonics at PCC, we should consider the voltage or current at the source end or at the load end.
Hello. Afzal, can you?
I think voice is not clear.
Yes.
Hello. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
So my question is regarding PCC, point of having cutting.
No. Voice is not clear, ma'am. Can you write the question in
chat box? Yes.
Chat box.
Yes,
Is it clear?
No. Question is just one.
No issues.
You can write the question in chat box. Feedback link, please.
So I think we have one question from the participant.
Ma'am, you can write the question. You can write the question. I am providing one email ID. You can write the question, and I can reply if here voice is not clear. So you can write one email ID, vinodkumar@dtu.ac.in.
Sir, just wait, sir, please. Sir, can you repeat it once more?
Vinod Kumar, VINOD, Vinod Kumar @dtu.ac.in.
dtu.ac.in.
या अभी तो आपकी आवाज क्लियर हो गई
Now,
मैम।
yes, now voice is very clear. Yes, ma'am.
हाँ
You
हाँ
can ask.
Shall I ask her or shall I mail you on this? As you say.
हाँ, तो आप इस पे भेज दीजिए मैम, मैं इस पे रिप्लाई इमीडिएटली कर दूँ।
Yes, sir. I will send,
Even any participant can ask the any question, the same email ID vinodkumar@dtu.ac.in.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
Sir, how efficient are the two diode model or three diode model of PV cell, and is it beneficial to focus on two diode model for research purpose?
No. Basically, you can use the diode for the two purposes. One is the bypass diode, and another is the for protecting the reverse bias current. We have mentioned in my presentation, one is the red color, another is the green color. If hot spot is coming on the panel, then bypass diode will current will bypass through the green diode. All right, so you can use either one diode across the panel, or you can use the diode across the sub panel. All right, it is your convenient, but if you are using the multiple number of diodes across the panel, so the cost will be increased, because the approximately 36 cells means number of cells are increasing, then your diode will be increased and your cost will be increased. So, but if you are using the multiple diodes, obviously your reliability will be increased. But most of the manufacturing companies are using the two, or means whole one diode or two diodes.
Right, sir. So actually, there is an equivalent circuit of the PV cell. There is only one diode shown over there. No?
Yeah.
So I was asking if we consider two or more diode in that equivalent circuit, so
yeah,
will it be beneficial or not?
No. If you are using the more number of diodes, then the loss will be increased.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so it is beneficial for your reliability will be increased, but losses is also increased. Then I think it is not better for the who means large. If you are generating the large scale generation, you are planning, so it is not beneficial for the large scale.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any other question?
I guess we don't have any more questions, sir. And as you have given your email ID, so anyone whoever has doubt can mail you, and you'll be answering him or her, I guess.
Yes, sir.
On the behalf of NIT Jalandhar, sir, I thank you so much for such an informative session. Each slide was itself very much detailed, and I'm sure the presentation would help the researchers in some or the other way. And also we have recordings on the NIT Jalandhar website, on the NIT Jalandhar YouTube platform. So if anyone wanna see it again for reference, they can go there and they can watch it again. And
Sure.
yeah, so okay, thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
And we'll be meeting tomorrow again at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afzal, and all the committee member who has given the opportunity to present my very small knowledge to share all the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
हेलो, यस सर। नहीं 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 नहीं